The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of February 17th, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Steward, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning. Let's be in a spirit of prayer. Oh God, you are our help and our hope in every season of life. We bow before you in distress and confusion as we watch the events unfold in the world that you have created for all humanity. God, we pray that you would be in the midst of the conflicts throughout the world at this time. O Holy One, we ask that your mighty hand be upon the people of Ukraine and Russia, the people caught in the middle of a war. We pray for those that have been displaced and have left their homeland for safety. Oh God, be with them and help each to feel your presence as they face uncertainty today and in the days that lie ahead. O loving and compassionate God, comfort those that mourn the loss of a loved one. Comfort us, O God, as we remember our friend and colleague, Representative Rennie Cushing, who has now been received into your loving arms. We thank Rennie for his years of service to his constituents within the community he was elected to represent. We thank Representative Cushing for serving this great state as a leader within this House of Representatives. We remember the Hymn of Promise written by Natalie Sleeth in 1986 and the words that were intended for each of us. For in the bulb there is a flower, in a seed an apple tree, in cocoons a hidden promise. Butterflies will soon be free. In the cold and snow of winter, there is a spring that waits to be, unrevealed until its season, something God alone can see. O God of love, be with the Cushing family and give them the strength, courage, and hope that only you can provide. Help them to feel your shalom. We gather today to be about the business of this great state of New Hampshire. May you be amongst us this day as decisions are made for those we represent. May you guide each member here today and equip them with the wisdom needed in making sound decisions for the people. Above all things, God, may we glorify you in the way we lead and the way we work in harmony with each other. In your glory, O God. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Grafton, Representative Les Brzezinski, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Representative Bob Green of Hudson, who will now perform our national anthem. House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Birch, Cleaver, Cohen, Cody, Dauntonville, Ellis, Gagney, Gord, Mary Griffin, Judy, Myler, Oxenham, Pedra, Peter Schmidt, Trottier, Eulery, Varney, White. The day, important business, Representatives Bean, Bunker, Cross, Egan, Fontenot, Kenny, Lundgren, Maggiore, Mayville, Macbeth, McKinney, McLean, Prout, Southworth, Tudor, and Walls.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to attention to the induction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Hunter Porter, student at Nashua High School South, our page for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Jack Groen and Abraham Lapointe, guests of Representative Groen. Kimberly Ploget, daughter of Representative Ploget. Charlie and Maxwell Post, Ann and Martin Vasquez, Gail and Jack Drobat, guests of Representative Post. Ellen Kolb, Mike and Juanita Dangle, guests of Representative Nodder. Laura Alazim, guest of Representative Doug Thomas. Ralph Van Bibber, guest of Representative LaBranche. The former member from Manchester, the Honorable Lisa Freeman, guest of Representative Hill, and the Honorable Terry Norelli, former Speaker of the House, guest of the House. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will now attend to a Memorial House resolution.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution Number 21, memorializing Robert Rennie Cushing of Hampton. Whereas, we have learned with great sorrow of the passing of our colleague and friend, Robert Rennie Cushing, who was serving his 8th term as a state representative, representing the citizens of Rockingham District 21, the town of Hampton. And whereas Rennie Cushing was an advocate and activist who began a campaign for change at the age of 15 in this very chamber, he knew that time and persistence would ultimately bring change. And whereas, a citizen of the world, Rennie Cushing hauled trash in Atlanta, mined in Canada, picked fruit in Florida and California, and protested for causes he believed in, eventually serving as chair of the Criminal Justice Committee, where he led compassionately and with justice in mind. And whereas, a trusted leader in this institution, Rennie Cushing sought to celebrate this State House with its bicentennial, worked to include portraits of deserving women on the walls, and leave it in a better place than he found it. And whereas, serving as the leader of the largest minority caucus in state history, Rennie Cushing spoke beyond just his caucus, but to the whole House. And whereas, above all, Rennie Cushing was a devoted family man who cherished his time with his wife Christy, his loving daughters Marie, Elizabeth, and Grace, and was surrounded by them in their love through his illness. Now therefore be it resolved, by the House of Representatives in regular session convened, Robert Rennie Cushing be granted the highest praise and accolades and our profound thanks for his service to the state and the town he called home all his life. And be it further resolved that expressions of our most heartfelt sympathy be extended to his family, and that a suitable copy of this resolution be prepared for presentation to them.
Please stand and join me in a moment of silence in honor and in memory of the member from Hampton, the Honorable Robert Rennie Cushing. Please join me in welcoming Marie Cushing, daughter of Representative Cushing. The chair recognizes the member from Concord, Representative Mary Jane Wallner, for memorial remarks for Rennie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, fellow House members. Today, we remember Representative Robert Rennie Cushing. To this body, he was an 8-term legislator, the chair of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, and the House Democratic leader, a beloved colleague and a dear, dear friend. To the world, he was an organizer for justice, a fierce advocate for crime victims, a global crusader to end the death penalty, a mentor to young people, an explorer of many countries, and an unyielding lover of humanity. To New Hampshire and to the people of Hampton, he was a career helper and a caring neighbor. He worked his entire life to protect all Granite Staters with special care for the poorest and most marginalized among us. While he could be thought of as a citizen of everywhere, Rennie adored being from the Granite State. Even throughout his valiant battle with cancer, he often referred to himself as the luckiest kid in the world because he was from New Hampshire. He was grateful for his present, proud of his past, and encouraged by the future. Rennie was a staunch supporter of education, perpetually boasting about Winnett-Cunett High School and his elementary school, Hampton Central Elementary, which was the first public school in New Hampshire. It is difficult for us to gather in Reps Hall without Rennie here. His presence seems constant, integrated into these very walls. Most of us do not know serving in the legislature without him. As an advocate, we know him as an advocate, and then as a Democratic member of our staff here at the State House, and as a legislator. He leaves an indelible mark on this institution. Rennie's story is intricate to the way of life. The policies and the initiatives he championed changed the trajectory of New Hampshire, forming a more just and equitable society. For decades, Rennie worked across the aisle to achieve a strong legislative and political changes, making countless friends here among us along the way. Rennie was here to legalize marriage equality. He championed marijuana decriminalization, fought tirelessly for a secure psychiatric unit, and relentlessly protected crime victims' families. He funded the hanging of the portrait of suffragette Marilla Ricker in the State House, an image fit to reflect the power of women and girls everywhere. Rennie's advocacy was always centered around inclusion and compassion. When he was just 16 years old, in 1969, Rennie spoke of voting rights to 18, 19, and 20-year-olds from where I am standing today. 50 years later, in 2019, he was here in the same spot, urging this body to see that New Hampshire can finally live without the death penalty. Rennie was right. By a single vote in the House and the Senate, the death penalty was repealed in New Hampshire. Our hearts and thoughts are with Rennie's family. We are forever grateful to them for sharing Rennie with us for the past 4 decades. Rennie led with love and loyalty to this sacred institution and to all humankind. He leaves a legacy in New Hampshire and in this body unlike any before him and unlike any we will see again. The void left with his passing obligates us all to legislate compassionately, love abundantly, and speak up courageously. For all the good he did and all the good his example will do for decades to come, we gratefully remember him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For reason is memberized. Without objection. The chair recognizes a member from Kingston, Representative David Walsh, for memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I worried last night about what I was going to say about our colleague, Rennie Cushing. I met Rennie, not face to face, but we were at Seabrook together on opposite sides of the fence. He served on my committee, Criminal Justice, and eventually became chairman of that. He fought to make New Hampshire a better place, remained consistent, although we hardly ever agreed politically. We both had a common purpose, to make New Hampshire a better place to live and grow a family. Rennie Cushing, you did a job well done. Condolences to the family of Rennie Cushing. Thank you.
For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks of my good friend and mentor from Kingston be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm just going to take a minute for personal privilege myself. I've known Rainey since he was in this body, and like Dave, we didn't agree too often on philosophical issues, but he was a true gentleman, and he was a pleasure to work with, and I consider him to be a good friend that I've met in this legislature over the years. Thank you. The House will now attend to a House resolution.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution Number 20, honoring the citizens of Ukraine. Whereas the New Hampshire House of Representatives was deeply troubled to learn of the military invasion of Ukraine in violation of national sovereignty and international law. And whereas the international community is responding to this unwarranted invasion with financial, strategic, and humanitarian support. And whereas the New Hampshire House has a long-standing history of affirming its support for communities, states, and nations throughout the world, especially in times of distress. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Hampshire House of Representatives honors the victims of the invasions, offers its condolences to the families of the victims, and applauds the heroic actions of Ukrainian citizens in defense of their homeland. And be it further resolved that the House of Representatives, in regular session convened, stands with the country of Ukraine and offers its support, love, and prayers, offered by the House of Representatives.
Please stand for a moment of silence for the people of Ukraine. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Children and Family Law, House Bill 1436, removed by Representative Gay. From the Committee on Children and Family Law, House Bill 1651, removed by Representative Testerman. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 1149, removed by Representative Abramson. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 1197, removed by Representative LaBranche. From the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, House Bill 1443, removed by Representative Muse. From the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, House Bill 1124, removed by Representative Bernardi. From the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, House Bill 1555, removed by Representative Burt. And from the Committee on Ways and Means, House Bill 1509, removed by Representative Horrigan.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. Representative Faulkner declared conflicts of interest and did not participate in the vote on the consent calendar. The House will now attend to bills on the regular calendar. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1011 FN, an act relative to the penalty for criminal mischief. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Walsh for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1031, an act prohibiting law enforcement from encrypting public frequencies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved, that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Walsh for the committee. Are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a motion to table HB 1031.
Okay, that is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1031. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and 1031 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1151 FN, an act prohibiting the display of a deadly weapon at a parade, funeral procession, picket line, march, rally, vigil, or demonstration. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Burt from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Muse to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most precious rights we have as citizens is our First Amendment right to raise our voices in protest or in support of changes that we as citizens would like to see. Protecting this right and ensuring that people are free to speak out at rallies and demonstrations without fear of intimidation is the very act of protecting democracy itself. Since the start of 2020, weapons-toting protesters and counter-protesters have been spotted at demonstrations in Portsmouth, Concord, Nashua, and Manchester. But these events are just the tip of an iceberg. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, a group that collects data and reports on political violence worldwide, over 610 armed demonstrations have been reported around the country since the start of 2020. The group also reports that armed demonstrations are 6.5 times more likely to turn violent or destructive than demonstrations where no firearms are present. HB 1151 is a bill that seeks to protect First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, and most important of all, human lives. HB 1151 would ban the open carrying of firearms within 100 feet of a protest rally or march or any First Amendment-related activity that takes place on any public property. Despite what you may have been told or what you may soon hear, the right to self-defense is preserved under this bill. While the bill restricts open carry at protests, it has a specific exemption for concealed carry. So if being armed makes you feel safer, you can carry a weapon. But what you can't do is carry it out in the open within 100 feet of other people expressing their First Amendment rights. Over the years, our courts have repeatedly ruled that it does not violate the Second Amendment for government to prohibit firearms at public events. Currently, 7 states, along with the District of Columbia, bar firearms at rallies. Among these states are Alabama and North Carolina. Something worth noting is that there is an important exception that was written into the bill at the suggestion of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union. Demonstrations or protests with the specific purpose of supporting Second Amendment rights are exempt under the bill. So open carry would be allowed when the primary purpose of the rally is to support Second Amendment rights. The bottom line is that HB 1151 is a good faith attempt to better protect the safety and rights of citizens engaged in First Amendment activities, while also protecting their right to self-defense. Please overturn the committee recommendation so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Before we get on to the final speaker, I just want to let everybody know how this is going to work. If I know there's going to be a roll call or a division vote, I'm going to announce how many speakers are going to be speaking. When the last speaker is going to speak, I'm going to announce whether it's going to be a roll call or a division vote. And I'm going to ask everybody to return to their seats because we're going to go immediately into a vote. We're not going to be waiting 5, 6, 7 minutes for people to come in from the ante room or to sit down. We've got a lot to do today, and we've got an awful lot to do next week, so we're going to have to move this process along. So, having said that, I'm announcing the final speaker, Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Just to clarify a few points that have been raised, to threaten an individual is already a crime. In existing law in New Hampshire, if you threaten an individual using a firearm, actually is an enhanced penalty and is a felony. The problem with HB 1151 is that it's both with its application and enforcement creates confusion amongst the general public because of the overly broad terminology used in the drafting. The goal was to prevent an individual from open carrying a firearm or a deadly weapon, which would include a pocket knife, from being able to open carry that within 100 feet of any type of First Amendment demonstration that's occurring on public property. There is no exception if you are standing on private property. So that political demonstration does not necessarily have to be noticed. It can be spontaneous as long as you're a spectator, which means you're looking in the general direction of this spontaneous demonstration. If you're open carrying a firearm on your front lawn, if you're within 100 feet of that, you would be violating the law. And I would also point out that these parades and marches and demonstrations are often mobile, which means you may be outside the radius of 100 feet, but because the demonstration is moving in your direction, you would then be violating the law by simply standing there minding your own business. It would also apply to an individual who's driving a vehicle, who doesn't even know that there's a demonstration happening. There is an exception if you have a gun rack in a pickup truck only, not a van, SUV, camper, but you see my point. So I asked everyone to join me in pushing that green button in supporting the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baldessaro has asked for a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Bradley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that firearms and protest are a dangerous mix, and if I know this bill not only balances the First and Second Amendment rights, but protects both, then would I press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so another motion can be made?
Before we get to the next PI, you have to turn, for those of you that are new in the House, you have to hit your white button first so you can vote. The chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know I and many of my friends open carry and love to go to Second Amendment rallies, demonstrations, marches, which if House Bill 1151 would pass into law, would make it illegal. Mr. Speaker, if I know, if I or any of my open carry friends walk within 100 feet of a parade, funeral procession, or other similar events, we will unknowingly be breaking the law if House Bill 1151 passes. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1151 is not the New Hampshire way because we have constitutional carry and we have the live free or die state, would I now press the very bright green button to ITL this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the majority ITL motion on House Bill 1151. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. I'm not sure who's doing the whistling out there, but that is not an acceptable practice in this House.
Thumbs up or thumbs down, please. Thank you. Representative McBride. Thumbs up or thumbs down, thank you. Representative Murphy. Representative Schmidt.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 141 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1175, an act relative to recording interactions with public officials, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Amy Bradley for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Chris True for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a motion to table HB 1175.
State your motion.
Motion to table.
Motion to table is a correct motion. Motion before us is to table House Bill 1175. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and 1175 is laid on the table. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1281 FN, an act relative to access to firearms confiscated from a person who is subject to a protective order. Having considered the same, report the same, the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Terry Roy for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1282, an act relative to records of communication common carriers. Having considered the same, report the same, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution, that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Muse for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I wish to make a motion.
State your motion.
I wish to table this bill.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1282. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Representative Roy has requested a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry. Okay. Well, he's coming down.
Does he support me? I have no idea. This was for the bill
itself. Yeah.
Representative Muse, are you in favor of supporting the table? Representative Muse, are you opposed to tabling? If you're supporting tabling, are you supporting tabling? Yes. All right, then you go first.
The chair recognizes Representative Burt. No. Chair recognizes Representative Byrd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know law enforcement went to the phone companies 43 times from 2018 to 2021 and got phone records of citizens without a search warrant. Mr. Speaker, if I know law enforcement can get a search warrant within just minutes with a phone call, it does not take that long. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know one search of a New Hampshire citizen's phone record without a valid search warrant is one too many in the live free or die state, would I now press the red button so another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Muse for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current subpoena process used by the Attorney General is used rarely and helps jumpstart investigations into child sexual abuse images, and if I know that passing this bill may unintentionally slow these investigations down while also increasing the risk of potentially embarrassing but not criminal personal information being mishandled or disclosed, and if I know the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee heard no testimony that the current process is being abused and heard no evidence that it's broken, then would I press the green button and support the tabling motion. Thank you.
The question is the tabling motion on House Bill 1282. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rogers. Representative Rogers. What's up? Representative Wolf. Representative Wolf. Yes or no, please? Thank you. Representative Testerman. Representative Perez. It's not going to work after the 30 seconds closes. Thank you. Thank you. All set, Mr. Speaker.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 160 voting yea, 174 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're now back to the original motion of ought to pass. The chair recognizes, we have two speakers. The chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright to speak against the committee report.
wants to wave off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the ought to pass motion for HB 1282. While the intent of this bill is good, we learned in our hearing that it may have unintended consequences that could slow down the investigation of child sexual abuse images in our state. The Department of Justice informed us that 60 to 70% of these issues are due to child criminal charges. Under our current law, the New Hampshire Attorney General's Office has the power to issue an administrative subpoena that requires cell phone or internet carriers to confirm whether traffic from a suspected IP address involves a customer. The requests we heard about 40 a year, come from internet crimes units of state and local law enforcement. If a carrier that receives a subpoena matches an IP address to a customer, it notifies the AG's office. It also provides the customer name and address, the types of service they purchase, and billing records. At that point, a search warrant can be requested from the court for additional information from the carrier that is not available under an administrative subpoena. The bottom line is that under our current process, the most sensitive information, like websites visited, email records, email content, require additional authorization from a judge. The two-step process does two things. First, it allows the AG office to quickly get information back from carriers about a potential hit. This is critically important in cases where victimization of a child may be ongoing. And second, it loops in a judge in order to limit the flow of more sensitive personal information by requiring a search warrant for it. If we pass this bill, search warrants may go out to multiple carriers at first step. This means the most sensitive personal information, which doesn't always include criminal activity, has the potential to come back from more sources. More information from more sources means a greater chance of non-criminal information being seen and potentially mishandled. So, if the current process allows investigations of child abuse images to be jump-started and quickly narrowed and targeted. We heard testimony from AG's office that the process is used extremely selectively and serves a valuable function. We heard no testimony at all that the current process is being abused. Instead, we heard this bill slows down these investigations and may also have the unintended consequences of gathering personal information from innocent parties that, while not criminal, could prove unnecessary and potentially embarrassing. For these reasons, we're asking that you vote against the ought to pass motion so another motion may be made. Thank you.
A division has been requested by Representative Roy. Members will take their seats. The chair recognizes Representative Roy to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by apologizing for that table motion. I was so excited to get us out of here early, I jumped the gun on that. So, on this bill, the citizens of New Hampshire have spoken. We just passed, or the citizens just passed, a constitutional amendment that would guarantee their privacy. All this bill does is it pays attention to what the citizens of New Hampshire just told us they want. If a law enforcement agency wants your information from a common carrier for a criminal investigation, they should have to follow the same rules as if they wanted to go into your house and search your computer. They should have to get a search warrant. And it's not a high bar, it's probable cause. In layman's terms, more likely than not. They just have to show that it's more likely than not that you committed a crime, and therefore they need your telephone records. It's not hard. It would take them an hour to get a search warrant properly executed. So all I'm asking and all we're asking is that we listen to the people of New Hampshire who just voted for privacy and protection in their records and personal effects. Thank you very much, and I would ask you to vote green.
So Roy has requested a division vote. Members will be in their seats. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill has unintended consequences that I think we'd all like to avoid, that it could slow down Attorney General's investigations into child sexual abuse images, which is probably one of the most horrible crimes on our books. If I also know that providing all of the data that would be required to properly investigate a case like this in the first, basically in the first group of data that is shared, could compromise personal information that is not criminal from people who are not engaged in these activities, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that law enforcement went to the phone companies 43 times from 2018 to 2021 and got phone records of New Hampshire citizens without a search warrant. Mr. Speaker, if I know law enforcement can get a search warrant within, I guess that's an hour. I heard it was a little less with just a phone call. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know one search of a New Hampshire citizen's phone records without a valid search warrant is one too many. In the live free or die state, would I press now the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the majority ought to pass motion on House Bill 1282. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (197) voting yea, 137 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1483, an act relative to the use of physical force by a law enforcement officer. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Dale Abbas for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative True to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, RSA 627:5 lists 3 justifications for a police officer to use deadly force. 1, to defend himself or a third person from what he reasonably believes is the imminent use of deadly force. 2, to effect an arrest. Or 3, to prevent the escape from custody of a person whom he reasonably believes has committed or is committing a felony involving the use of force or violence, is using a deadly weapon in attempting to escape, or otherwise indicates he's likely to seriously endanger human life or inflict serious bodily injury unless apprehended without delay. House Bill 1483 proposes 2 changes to the RSA concerning the use of deadly force by a police officer. 1, it removes reasonably believes from the RSA, because what a person reasonably believes is subjective. It is the New Hampshire Attorney General and or the courts that make the determination of the reasonableness of the use of deadly force based on objective facts, not subjective beliefs. The other change to the RSA is that it removes the words "to effect an arrest." Since we heard in testimony from New Hampshire law enforcement that they would never use deadly force simply to effect an arrest, removing those words from the New Hampshire RSA should not affect the actions of the police at all. On page 21 of the calendar, you will see that the majority blurb states that House Bill 1483 would prohibit the use of deadly force by a police officer when effecting an arrest when the subject has committed or is committing a felony involving the use of force or violence, using a deadly weapon and attempting to escape. Nowhere in House Bill 1483 does it state, in fact, such a prohibition. House Bill 1483 does not prohibit the use of deadly force by a police officer to defend himself or to defend others. House Bill 1483 does not prohibit the use of deadly force by a police officer to prevent the escape of someone committing a felony using force or violence. House Bill 1483 does not prohibit the use of deadly force to stop an attempted escape of a person who is using a deadly weapon. Notwithstanding what is said in the majority blurb, the reason you do not hear anything about prohibition in House Bill 1483 is because the word doesn't exist in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? No, Mr. Speaker. Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. This bill, HB 1483, would prohibit a police officer from using deadly force in the process of effecting an arrest when a suspect is using a deadly weapon to help facilitate their escape, or as otherwise indicates that that suspect is posing a serious danger to human life. The only testimony that we heard during the public hearing in support of HB 1483 used an example of someone who stole clothes from a department store and was running away. And as that individual was running away, if the police were to shoot that person in the back, they believe that would be legal under New Hampshire law. In fact, that it would be under the existing law today. That would be against the law, that would be excessive force, and that would be a crime. Therefore, the rationale and the testimony presented to the committee would not actually resolve the concerns raised that inspired filing this bill. In respect to the police officers who risk their lives to protect us and to keep us safe, and we want to ask them to continue to do that. However, if someone is using a deadly weapon trying to escape, we want to tell those same police officers that they cannot use deadly force themselves. If a suspect is engaging in behavior that would seriously endanger human lives, and we expect a police officer now to arrest that person, however, they would not be permitted to use deadly force when effecting that arrest. HB 1483 not only jeopardizes the safety of police officers, it puts the general public's safety at risk as well, because it obstructs police officers from doing their duty to try to save us when we are in a life-threatening situation. So please join me and push the green button and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question before us is the ITO motion on House Bill 1483. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1636, an act relative to prohibitions on carrying a loaded firearm on an OHRV or snowmobile. Consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. John Burt for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bradley to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many years, states like New Hampshire have banned the practice of allowing loaded weapons on ATVs and snowmobiles. The rationale is if you've ever been around guns and off-road vehicles, you know how bumpy the ride can get, how an accidental spill or collision is always a risk, and how dangerous a loaded gun can be when it's dropped or mishandled. Currently, in both New Hampshire and Minnesota, you may carry a firearm in an ATV or snowmobile if it's unloaded. In both states, law enforcement officers carrying weapons while on duty are exempt, as they are in other states with similar laws. The idea isn't to inconvenience gun owners, it's to reduce the risk of a preventable tragedy. What HB 1636 does is to invite tragedy by making an exception for carrying loaded pistols on ATVs and snowmobiles by anyone not prohibited by New Hampshire law from carrying a firearm. Aside from adding an unwanted element of extra risk, you have to wonder how the possibility of sharing the trails with people carrying loaded weapons is going to sit with many of the families from in-state and out-of-state who have recently taken up off-roading and snowmobiling. The bottom line is this bill makes a sport that many people in the North Country depend on for income less attractive to the very people whose interest and engagement provide the best chance for it to grow. Please join me in opposing this bill.
The chair made a mistake. We have two speaking for the committee report, one against. I should have called Representative Abramson before I did Representative Bradley. I apologize, but we'll have two in a row that'll be speaking before. It's kind of like a new gig up here. I'm getting used to it, so I'm probably going to make an occasional mistake, but I hope everybody will take that into consideration. Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to apologize for new members always to turn your phones off or turn them to silent. I rise in support of the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1636 relative to allowing people who have an OHRV to have a loaded firearm. And I've asked this question a number of times, and I still have not gotten a response. What happens if somebody's out in the woods, out in the winter, out in the snow, and they have their firearm with them and it's loaded, and they need to get home? Is the requirement that they have to throw their firearm onto the trail, into the snow? Do they have to unload the weapon? Do they have to pull the bolt or the slide back and eject a cartridge into the snow and lose it? And I felt that this was a safety issue that we did not want to have people out there who are miles away from anyone and having to leave either firearms or ammunition on the trail. So for that reason, I am in support of this bill, and I'm asking members to vote green.
Representative Burt has requested roll call. He is the final speaker. So members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. If it's sufficiently seconded. I would assume it will be. It is sufficiently seconded, so this will be a roll call vote. Go ahead, Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time for this bill. It's a housekeeping bill. What it does is we have constitutional carry in New Hampshire. When constitutional carry was passed, there was a law that nobody knew was sitting there in Fish and Game that said if you are riding a snowmobile or a four-wheeler, you cannot carry a loaded firearm. So the AG would like to have this language cleaned up, and there's a couple ways to do it. Repeal constitutional carry, no. Or repeal this small bill, yes. Mr. Speaker, one thing that's very important, if you have a New Hampshire concealed carry license, you can carry on a snowmobile regardless if this law is here or not. And also, Mr. Speaker, when I keep bringing this bill back, everybody that I know that rides snowmobile and four-wheelers, they all say, John, is that really a law? And I tell them yes, because they don't know that it is. So most people are carrying. In this time, Mr. Speaker, I even actually talked to Fish and Game, and they support the repeal of this bill, or this law that I'm trying to repeal. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm hoping is to keep this bill, House Bill 1636, amendment-free, so it can go to the corner office where it will be signed. So as long as we can do that, and it's going to come out of this House amendment-free, so please vote green, because that is the right way to do to make sure that we have constitutional carry on all forms of transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This will be a roll call vote. Members will be in your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Espedia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would allow for the open carry of firearms on a snowmobile or ATV, and if I know that the risk of accidental discharge due to an accident, bump, or spill presents a danger to anyone in the vicinity, and if I further know that preventing acts of gun violence is critical to making the Granite State a place where we can all thrive, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that if you have a license to carry, you can currently already carry on an ATV. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that law enforcement currently carries loaded weapons on ATVs without fear of bumping and discharging their weapons, and if I know that they have not had any accidents, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that you can carry a loaded firearm in your vehicle, and I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but the roads are just as bumpy as if I was off-road right now, and there are no discharges going on, would I press green to fix this bill? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question is on the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1636. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 204 voting yea, 134 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1037, an act relative to the governor's duties during a state of emergency. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Diane Steward for the committee. The amendment is 0071H, printed in House Record 9, page 34. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the motion on House Bill 1037, ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1059, an act clarifying limits on licensure by operation of law. Having considered the same, report the same, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jeff Goley for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolve that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Lakis for the minority of the committee. The question before you is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1059. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No! A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. No member can come in. We're in the voting mode right now. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of the ought to pass motion, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McAleer. Thumbs up or thumbs down, please. Representative Callen.
You'll have to.
Representative Vadu.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1159, an act recognizing November 7th as Victim of Communism Memorial Day. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. It's in Mass on the Tano for the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael Yakubovich for the minority of the committee. For what member does does the member rise?
For a motion,
State your motion.
I move to table.
The
House
motion
Bill
is a proper
1159.
motion. The motion is before us to table. House Bill 1159, a division has been requested. Members will take, roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It's not sufficiently seconded. A division, this will be a division vote. This is a division vote. The motion is to table House Bill 1159. The chair recognizes Representative Prudo O'Brien to speak against the tabling motion. It's a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you know, as I know, that this is an important bill and that we should have a vote on it, and that this is a timely bill and that we should have a vote on it to express our position on that, I ask you to press the red button and vote no on table.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that November 7th is already a federal holiday as Victims of Communism Day, and if I know that the governor will be delighted to declare a state holiday upon request, and if I know this bill is not worth our time and energy to debate, would I now press the green button and table it?
The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1159. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (281) voting yea, 55 voting nay. The motion to table House Bill 1159 is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1257 FN, an act requiring the retirement system to divest from investment in companies located in China. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. J.C. Grotti for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sally Fellows for the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in... Who requested a roll call? Representative LaBranche requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded?
Yes, we're working on it.
It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members will be in their seats. Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the state constitution requires all funds in the retirement system be invested solely for the benefit of the people receiving pensions, and if I know that the trustees of the retirement system have determined that this bill would cause them to violate their constitutional requirement, would I not press the green button? Thank you.
The question is on the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1257 FN. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Gotta give me a thumb, bud. Representative Chase.
Well, have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 312 voting yea, 25 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representative Harrington declared a conflict and did not participate. Just so everybody remembers, I know it's been a while since we've been here, but once the 30 seconds is up, you can't use your machine at that point. You have to respond to the clerk. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1460FN, Act relative to minimum age requirements for certain occupational licenses. Having considered same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative William Marsh for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted.
Right, this is going to be a division, Mr. Speaker, just the ayes. Just the ayes.
Majority of the Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1299, an act relative to process for the importation. It's getting awful noisy in here. An act relative to the process for the importation of wildlife and creating an appeal process for denials of permits. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Timothy Lang from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, a report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Catherine Harvey from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0150H, printed in House Record 9, pages 40. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the ought to pass with amendment motion on House Bill 1299. A division has been requested, but there are only parliamentary inquiries, so members will take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1299. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Harvey for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1299 opens the possibility of the introduction of invasive species into our state of New Hampshire, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire commissioners do not have the power to serve as an appeal board as per RSA, nor do they want that power, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the director of New Hampshire Fish and Game has the experience and knowledge of Fish and Game wildlife departments to either deny or approve wildlife importation where commissioners may not have that luxury, would I now press the red button so that another motion may be brought forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that at its heart this bill is a due process bill that protects our citizens here in New Hampshire, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill does two things, the first of which sets a timeline that the department must respond to a citizen's request, as the current law would let them just hold the request forever and never respond. And Mr. Speaker, if I know the second thing this does is creates an appeal process. So if the citizen does not agree with the department, it can go to the commission and appeal the decision of the department to the Fish and Game Commission, which sets policy for the Fish and Game Department. Would I now push the green button so the citizens can have fair access to the Fish and Game appeal process?
The question before us is the ought to pass as amended majority report on House Bill 1299. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1126, an act permitting minors over the age of 16 to obtain a vaccination without parental consent. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Bill King for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Shapiro for the minority of the committee. We have two speakers, and a roll call has been requested. So members will please remain in their seats or come back to their seats. I will get to the seconding motion in a minute. The chair recognizes Representative Shapiro to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1126 will allow adolescents 16 years and older to acquire FDA-approved vaccines without parent or guardian consent. There are many parents who, beset by substance use or other significant life issues, are rendered unable to provide adequate structure, support, and guidance to their children. Unfortunately, this means that some New Hampshire children suffer chronic passive neglect. Others end up homeless and subsisting on their own. New Hampshire statutes already provide for consent to diagnosis and treatment of STDs and substance use disorder at 14 and 12 years of age, respectively. Many states set the age of consent for various kinds of health care at 16 or even younger. Currently, minors, while able to consent to sexual activity prior to 18 years of age, are not able to acquire the human papillomavirus vaccines without parent consent. We know that the HPV vaccine is highly effective in preventing cervical cancer, but only if received prior to exposure to the virus, prior to the adolescent becoming sexually active. As with so many issues, there are benefits and consequences on both sides of this equation. Parents, we know, have rights and responsibilities, but in the end, successful parenting involves a contract of caring and communication with their children. Parents who have forged strong family bonds will lose nothing with this legislation. Their adolescent children will be eager, or at least willing, to discuss what is best for their health. While conceding that there are legitimate arguments to be made on both sides, the minority believes that allowing 16-year-olds to consent to vaccines is a measured and reasonable change in statute that will increase access to essential preventative health care for a vulnerable population. If you believe that we have a responsibility to protect the health of those without responsible and capable adults in their lives, if you believe that adolescents deserve access to critical immunizations, if you believe that even one life may be saved because of this important legislation, please push the red button so that another motion may be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bill King to speak for the majority of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a freshman legislator, I have been learning how legislation can create laws for a few that then affect many. Also, I have often seen where we create bills that try to solve symptoms and not the root cause of a problem. House Bill 1126 is one of those bills. You will hear that, and you have heard, that we need to give 16-year-olds the choice to vaccinate or not because they are from a family that does not provide adequate structure for the child to make informed choices for them. These kids can end up homeless or otherwise living on their own. My heart breaks for these kids living through these tough situations. But to make a law enabling them to vaccinate or not, make a choice to vaccinate or not, is not good for these kids whose parents are involved with understanding, is not good for those kids whose parents are involved with understanding the adverse effects that sometimes arise after a vaccination. You will also hear that we have other laws allowing minors the ability to make choices without parental assistance. Although this is true, it does not mean that it's right in this situation. In my opinion, the root cause behind the need this bill addresses is related to the breakdown of the family unit. We as parents accept the responsibility of researching the risk-reward behind the decisions we make for our kids. Most kids are not ready or capable of making tough decisions like vaccinating or not. Me personally, I have 4 kids, a daughter, our oldest, followed by 3 boys. I am proud of all of them, and they are good kids. However, as for making complex decisions with dire consequences, I would not allow them all to make a choice to vaccinate before the age of 18. My daughter is bright, mature, and well-researched when she makes a decision. She has been this way from a very young age. The boys, on the other hand, well, need I say more? In their defense, they have become bright, mature, and sort of well-researched today, but it happened long after the age of 16. We need to help these kids without responsible parents and adequate structure, but allowing them to make their own decisions about vaccinations is not the appropriate way to proceed. Please join me in voting inexpedient to legislate by selecting the shiny green button.
Senator Pearson has called for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is officially seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. The question before us is the inexpedient to legislate majority report on House Bill 1126. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we have much work ahead of us to strengthen family bonds, but if I also know that we have right now 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds who have the maturity and the understanding and the very desperate need because of family neglect or inability to help them with these decisions, to make the decisions for themselves, and we ought to make it explicit that they have that right. Would I now press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the United States Supreme Court's decision in Pierce versus Society of Sisters said in part, a child is not the mere creature of the state. And if I know that this bill is but the first of what will be this year a parade of bills seeking to remove the fundamental role and responsibility of parents, would I not support the motion of ITL, and would I now push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1126. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 151 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, CACR 21, an act relating to registers of probate, providing that eliminating the office of registrator of probate and all the references to such office, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Kurt Walper from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Timmy Horrigan from the minority of the committee. This is a one-on-one debate. The chair recognizes Representative Horrigan to speak against the committee report. It's getting awful loud in here.
I've heard words. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess first of all, this will automatically be a division vote, if I'm not mistaken, because we need to an exact count of how many members are for or against it. Because anyway, this is a register of probate. You've all seen it down at the bottom of the ballot. It's one of those relatively little-known county offices. It actually gets as many votes as the ones that have more power and higher salaries. So actually, they're paid pretty generously, $100 a year. So they're doing pretty well. My first reason to vote against the ought to pass is this is a poorly drafted resolution or bill or whatever you want to call it. It only eliminates one of the two direct references to the officers of register of probate. the Constitution, so it would still be the office would still exist in the Constitution even if this passed. Also, any CACR can't automatically eliminate a constitutional office such as a register of probate because there's many references in the statute law to it, and those would all remain. In fact, I got a phone call yesterday from Secretary Bill Gardner. He pointed out that even if this passed, they still have to elect a register of probate because there's also a statute law saying that we have to elect a register of probate. And I think we should continue electing the registers of probate. They have a small but crucial function, which is still worthwhile. We even strengthened it back in 2017 when we passed a bill explicitly authorizing them to work with the state archivists on preserving historically significant probate records. And I also think we need to look at some point in expanding the role of the registers of probate because they had a role that was that was not entirely judiciary. So replacing the registers of probate with just the circuit court clerks, I think was not a good idea, even though the probate division works great and they have made a lot of good changes. So I think restoring the registers of probate in the future would make the probate courts and its function even better. But in the meantime, I urge my colleagues, please do not take this, remove the one reference of the two references to the register of probate. Let's leave this part of the Constitution alone, and let's continue electing them. I will say, if you look at the vote counts, it's comparable to those to the other county offices, and actually they have in many cases elected some very talented people to the position who take their job seriously. So I think this job does have value. But the first thing to do is vote no on the ought to pass. Thanks.
Does the member yield to questions? Yes. Member yields. May inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to understand what you said. The bill is flawed because we missed one section of the Constitution on the ballot that needs to go to the people so they understand what they're voting for. Did I get that right?
Yes, I believe you did get it right, and thank you for probably explaining it more clearly than I did. But yes, there's two direct references to register of probate in the state constitution, and this one only eliminates, I believe it's Part 1, Article 71, and they're still mentioned in Part 2, Article 81, and probably there's a few indirect references. And also, we would have needed some statute. Well, anyway, yes, you're exactly right. I thank the member from Goffstown. She's 110% correct. Thanks.
This is going to be a division vote. Members will take their seats. The last speaker is coming up. Chair recognizes Representative Walper to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 12 years ago, we reformed the court system and moved the duties of the Register of Probate into the court system. This has worked wonderfully in our states. The probate system works far faster, much more efficiently, and with much fewer difficulties now than it has in the past. Now, this bill doesn't deal directly with that because the Register of Probate office doesn't do anything. So for the past 5 election cycles, we have elected registers of probate who get a check. They have no office space, they have no phones, they have no duties. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that it's time that we corrected that anomaly in our Constitution, which is what the Register of Probate really comes down to. It's like the buggy whip. It's long past time when it should go away. So we initially, and I was co-sponsor of a couple of these bills, tried to restore the duties to the registers of probate. They failed miserably, miserably. the cost, the difficulty of doing it, was the complexity of trying to establish a space and offices and things like that just was beyond being done. So it's time that we updated the Constitution to where we are today, and I urge people to support this CACR.
This is going to be a division vote. The motion before us on CACR 21 is the majority report of ought to pass. The chair recognizes Representative Trottier for a parliamentary inquiry. Okay. I haven't got it listed here. I haven't got it listed, Representative.
All right, may I be recognized for PI?
You may be recognized.
Just basically, this CACR, it's unnecessary. It does some. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have asked to do a PI. If I know that the Office of Register of Probate has some value, if I also know that this CACR is badly drafted and doesn't even do what it sets out to do, would I then press the red button so an alternative motion may be introduced? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gordon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the founders anticipated that at times it would be appropriate to amend our Constitution, and if I know that there's no longer a need for our counties to elect registers of probate, that if I know by changing that job over the years we have saved the state millions of dollars, would I press the green button and support the CACR 21 and the recommendation of the committee of ought to pass?
The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass on CACR 21. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 294 voting yea, 43 voting nay, 235 needed to pass. Committee report is adopted.
We have a series of debates.
The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1013, not relative to meeting of the New Hampshire Rare Disease Advisory Council. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Sylvia for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1021, an act prohibiting regulation of religious land use based on the religious nature of the assembly or speech taking place on the land or in the structure. Having considered the same, report the same, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Kurt Walper for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1205, an act allowing the Department of Environmental Services to have access to enhanced 911 information. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ned Gordon for the committee. The committee amendment is 0404H, printed in House Record 9, pages 38 through 39. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the motion of ought to pass with amendment, House Bill 1205. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1216FN, an act repealing the Housing Appeals Board. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution, that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Marjorie Smith for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1254, an act relative to the Housing Appeals Board. Is it the same bill? Oh. It's the same, different one? Okay. An act relative to the Housing Appeals Board. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Marjorie Smith for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1260, an act making immunization status a protected class. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Charlotte D. Lorenzo for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1408, an act requiring the refund of residential tenancy application fees. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Michael Sylvia for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred CACR 14, an act relating to unions, providing that all workers have the right to join a union. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Leonard Turcott for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Donald Bouchard from the minority of the committee. This is a one-on-one debate. Chair recognizes Representative Bouchard to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, members of the House, for listening to my testimony in opposition of the motion. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, members of the House, for listening to my testimony in opposition of the motion to inexpedient to legislate. This amendment to the New Hampshire Constitution will ensure forever the collective rights that are necessary to protect our individual rights. The right to form a collective union, which will facilitate and enhance the ability of their members to exercise core civil liberties, such as the rights of association, speech, and as well petition. This amendment will protect the rights of individuals forever to come together over issues of mutual interests, to protect the right to communicate forever with coworkers about workplace concerns that come from the statutory right to join a union and bargain collectively, as well as defending the rights of their members forever, including by lobbying the government to defend the interests of the overall membership and by going to court to protect the rights of individual members. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this amendment will end the vehement anti-union crusades in New Hampshire forever. I urge the members of this House to vote against the motion to inexpedient to legislate so a new motion can be made to make this constitutional amendment possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. I want to start by reading what the CACR would read. All workers within this state shall have the right to join a union. First of all, this is overly broad and extremely poorly drafted. Number two, it would allow, the way it's written, anyone to join any union. So if I'm working at Dunkin' Donuts, can I demand that I become a member of the Teamsters? If I'm working at Walmart, can I demand to become a member of the Pipefitters Local, not Pipers? We had absolutely no one testify at our hearings stating that they had ever been denied entry into a union where actually a union was certified and existed. The National Labor Relations Act and the Railway Labor Act already address what this, again, poorly drafted amendment would attempt to do. Furthermore, there's costs associated with putting this on the ballot that every town, city, and in our entire state would have to endure by putting it on their ballots. And finally, it simply does not belong in our Constitution. Our New Hampshire Constitution is I would almost call a sacred document, and this certainly is unworthy of being in that document. Thank you.
Representative Turcotte has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 14. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bouchard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment will protect our collective and individual rights And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment will protect the right to form a collective union, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button so that someone can make another motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the NRLA and the RLA already address what this CACR hopes to accomplish, and if I know that this is a bill drafted for the purposes of a feel-good optics and one that will cost taxpayers money to place on the ballot statewide, and lastly, if I know the sponsors could not produce a single instance or any testimony of anyone being denied entry into a union to which they were entitled to join, would I now press the green button to support the majority position of it inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 14. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (182) voting yea, 159 voting nay. It does not get the necessary votes to pass. The ITL passes. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1385, an act prohibiting the use of credit history in employment decisions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Brian Seaworth from the majority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. It is given awful noisy in here again. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1275, an act relative to municipal representation on regional planning commissions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Richard Tripp with the majority of the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1387, an act enabling municipalities to adopt a property tax homestead exemption. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Richard Lascelles for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Ivy Vaughn for the minority of the committee. This is a one-on-one debate. The chair recognizes Representative Reed to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I don't really have hope to overturn the committee recommendation, I did want to take the opportunity to introduce the idea of this bill to the House. because I think it's a really powerful idea to address two major crises that we have in the state. The first is the graying of New Hampshire, where we cannot attract and keep young people in this state. And the second is the housing crisis, which is the predominant contributor to the first crisis. Property taxes are at the heart of the cause, I won't say of the entire housing crisis, but certainly for young people, people in transition, elderly people. Property taxes are a regressive tax structure that penalize people out of an ability to just buy a home, a modest home, something I think we should all be supportive of because we know increased home ownership increases all kinds of good outcomes for communities. This bill would enable the voters who already control how their taxes are dealt with in their town. They vote up their taxes if they want an extra fire engine, for example. They already are in control of their own property taxes. This bill would simply allow them, if they so want, to say we're going to provide a homestead exemption for people who have one modest home according to an area median income that's already in use by the New Hampshire Housing Financial Authority, would just provide that exemption if they want. Now, the town doesn't have to recuperate the costs of that, but if they chose to, there are a number of ways available to them to do that. And if they chose to increase taxes, I wanted to know, when I was working on this idea, how much that tax would increase for the people who have a second home, people from out of state who have a vacation home. How much would their taxes increase if the town chose to recuperate the cost of this exemption on them? And it turns out, I worked with a mathematician who's the chair of his department at the college he teaches at. And it turns out because of how property assessments are distributed in New Hampshire, that increase on those people that are out of state, have second homes here, vacation homes, is only 8%, not 8 points, 8%. So if someone's paying $100 in property taxes and this is their second home, a vacation home, they would be paying $108. And that would enable the half of that community, because it's a community by community number, it would enable the half of that community that are younger, starting out in life, are in transition of some sort of life transition, who otherwise just are not able to buy a home to live in, which I think is a basic thing we all have a drive to have, own a little home of our own. That would enable that lower half to have their own home for $8 extra. So again, I think that if the voters of a town want to be able to do this, want to distribute how taxes are placed on people and allow this exemption to exist for people to qualify for, they should be able to vote for that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Chair recognizes. Oh, I'm sorry. Does a member yield to questions? The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. So if I understand the purpose of the bill, so the bill would provide an exemption to local property taxes. So is there any restraint on people receiving the discount, the exemption on the property taxes from voting for more spending that would drive taxes up on others?
I'm sorry, are you saying would the voters be able to prevent extra spending that drives up taxes? Is that what you're asking?
No, my question is, so let's say my community adopts this program should it pass, and I'm eligible for the exemption, so now I'm getting this exemption on my property taxes, but is there any control on me being able to then go to the polls to vote up lots of other spending programs that would raise the taxes on others but not necessarily on myself?
That's how our current voting system works, is people go and vote their interest at the polls, whether that increases taxes on others or them or neither or both. So that would be no change.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sellers to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you notice the vote for municipal and county, we try to be nonpartisan and come up with a consensus anytime it's possible. So in this case, this particular bill seeks to somewhat remedy the housing crisis by giving a 50% easement or a decrease in assessment for property taxes. The qualification for that is that the home has to be less than the typical home in that community. The second qualification is the income for the occupants of that have to be less than the typical in the community. Can you imagine having to define those two things? In the case of the assessment, my wife and I live in a very frugal home. My income, we all put income in various pots. Sometimes you can have a lot of income and it doesn't qualify as income for adjusted gross or whatever. In my own case, I have far more discretionary dollars than I did when I was young. But I might qualify for this. So I ask you, do not pit one property owner, one property tax payer against another, even though the goal might be very commendable. Don't do that. Please follow the 17-2 bipartisan vote against this bill. And I thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Question before us is the majority motion of ITL on House Bill 1387. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. We have a request for a division. Members, be in your seats. We have a legitimate request for a division vote. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Van for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order. Members, be in your seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members of the House. If I know that our current system of property tax is unfair and inequitable, and if I know that many states have a homestead exemption, and if I know that this is enabling legislation which would require the town which adopted it to consider all of the exemptions currently allowed and decide at that point which of them they wish to keep, would I now press the red button to overturn the recommendation to ITL? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dolan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this is a well-meaning bill that attempts to partially solve the hurdles that young people have when they attempt to purchase housing, and if I know the homestead provisions of the bill would assist in this regard, however, if I also know that the impact of removing large portions of taxable property from the rolls has a deleterious impact on the other taxpayers, wouldn't I then support the bipartisan recommendation of the committee of 17-2 to pass this ITL and press green? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a division vote. The motion before us is the ITL motion, the majority ITL motion on House Bill 1387. If you're If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (309) voting yea, 31 voting nay. Committee reports adopted. Okay, members, stay in your seats for a minute. We're going to be taking our lunch break. We have a few things ahead of time. We have two announcements, and then we'll have a couple of unanimous consents. Chair recognizes Representative Reed for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a reminder that there's free ice cream in the cafeteria. You can come try a scoop or 5 scoops. There'll be a short presentation on ranked choice voting, especially how it relates to First in the Nation, and a live hand counting demonstration, but come for the ice cream. That's cool too. Thank you.
The clerk has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representatives, the Speaker has asked me to just remind you about House Rule 14. While a member is speaking, no one shall pass between that member and the other members of the House, nor shall anyone engage in private conversation. That means if members are standing at these 2 wells, you should not be walking in front of them down these aisles. And also, as he alluded to before several times, there should not be private conversations in the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Lang for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you noticed, but out in the ante room, as well as the back door and over at the LOB, we have some New Hampshire food bank boxes. as part of the fundraiser for the softball game, engaging corporate sponsors who will pay us for every pound of food that the house brings in. So if we can have people for the next 30 days, the boxes will be there and we'll take care of them. And if we can fill those up, we'll get money for domestic violence programs as well as homeless veterans programs, and on top of that, our New Hampshire citizens will get the food from the food bank. So if you can remember over the next 30 days, if you're coming in to bring a couple items, drop them in the box, I'd greatly appreciate it, and I'll help out those programs. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Boehm for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank all that came to my aid at our last session. I would name names, but I would probably miss someone. I've received a lot of messages as to who, but they included people, and certainly I didn't know. And I also heard that there were 2 senators involved. I guess that if one had a medical emergency, this would be the place. I've heard of cases where someone collapsed in stores and people just walked around them. Knowing we have a lot of nurses, EMTs, and even doctors here as reps, this would be the place. So I humbly thank you for being there and providing me with aid. Also thanks to KPO for posting on Facebook, letting everyone know and thus allowing me to comment when my wits came about me at the hospital. Also to Lake Assist for bringing my Jeep home. I will also thank the Manchester Fire Department for their fast response. I heard they were watching on TV or on their way before the 9/11 call. CMC was great. By the way, it was only my 3rd time that I spent the night at the hospital. Been to emergency rooms, day surgeries, etc., but only 3 times in my life. Second, I heard that there were a lot of people that were very upset as to my emergency. And were upset all that day and even for days. This caused some mixed emotions. I didn't know there were that many people concerned about me. Guess what was best said in a Facebook post that stated, "Don't ever do that again." There are a lot of people that respect and love you. I humbly thank you for your concern. It's always nice to know there are people that care for you. But like I said, mixed emotions. Also very sorry that I caused you grief. And I hope this doesn't happen again. Now to end with some Tim Allen humor. Who tore open my shirt? And did anyone find any buttons? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ammon for unanimous consent.
Mr. Speaker, this will be very brief. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that we're excited to be back in the people's house and doing the people's business? So everyone, welcome back to the house, and we're excited.
Okay, we're going to take an hour's break. We're doing a lot better than we anticipated. Most likely, we are going to be taking up some of the committee of conference reports after we get done with the House bills amended by the Senate, not committee of conference. House bills amended by the Senate. We're got about 10 bills there or so left. We'll reconvene at 12:45, and I think we can be out of here before 6. Members, take your seats. The Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 1456FN, an act relative to Hampton Marine Memorial. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Edgar for the committee. The amendment 0039H, printed in House Record 9, pages 42. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Ager to speak for the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in favor of HB 1456. It concerns the Hampton Marine Memorial. The Hampton Marine Memorial is for those service members and also for those merchant marine service members who either lost at sea and their bodies weren't found, or for those that were buried at sea. Okay. This bill increases the eligibility for inclusion on the monument. Okay, we have, that would actually include now, according to the bill, we would include Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and also the war on terrorism, following the 9/11 attack. Okay. This would allow us to put on the memorial Marine Corps Corporal Jonathan Currier, who was lost at sea off of the Philippines in 2018. It would also allow us to put on it Marine Corps Captain Gary Dillon. He was from Concord, who was actually lost at sea after a mid-air collision of his helicopter doing a night training just before Desert Storm. He was lost in the Arabian Sea. So, what I guess I want to add is that I know Jonathan very well. He was a fine young man. Well, thank you for considering the bill.
For what reason to memorize? Question before the House is the ought to pass with amendment motion on House Bill 1456. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, knowing how hard our friend from Hampton has worked on this bill and the eloquence of his remarks this afternoon, I'd ask they be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection? The Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1411FN, an act relative to transparency of federal agency operations within New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator William Foster for the committee. The amendment House will come to order. It's awful, awful loud. The amendment is 0194H, printed in House Record 9, pages 42. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, we're out of order.
For a clarification, Mr. Speaker, we have CACR up there, 32. It has no amendments, and some of us are confused.
Okay. With paperwork got a little mixed up, so we are back to CACR 32, and then we'll, yeah. Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred CACR 32, an act relating to independence, providing that the state peaceably declares independence from the United States, proceeds as a sovereign nation. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Brody DeShays for the committee. What reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, to make a motion to
state your motion.
Table this
State your
bill.
motion. The motion is to table.
Table CAC 32, yes.
A roll call has been requested. That is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. House will come to order. The motion before us is the tabling motion on CACR 32. The chair recognizes Santo Notasto for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it is a long-standing American value that government requires the consent of the governed, and if I know that no New Hampshire citizen alive today gave their consent to be governed by this federal government, and if I know this bill will give New Hampshire citizens the historic opportunity to affirm their consent, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the representative from Ware did a great job in breaking this down on the reasons why this should not go to the voters. And Mr. Speaker, what I know, and if you all knew, that there are no rules whatsoever what would happen to your retirement, police, military, funding, bases, no rules whatsoever on this, and there's nothing in the Constitution. Then would I speak on behalf of all, and let's just vote this table and move on. Thank you.
The motion before us is a tabling motion on CACR 32. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. We're in the voting room. Members will stay in their seats. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 162 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The motion to table fails.
Tim Smith will go first, then Santa Anastasia.
We're back to the initial motion of inexpedient to legislate. Chair recognizes Representative Tim Smith to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, this is the first time I've come up to the microphone this session, and those of you who've been here for a few terms realize that I'm someone who comes up to the microphone a lot. So I hope that you'll appreciate the gravity that it took to get me down here today. Normally I prepare remarks, but not this time. I tried a dozen times to write a speech for this, but I just couldn't do it. It's too personal for too many of us here in the room. It's too personal for me. I'm a direct descendant of Captain John Smith, who fought alongside George Washington, that guy, to establish the United States as an independent nation. I'm also a direct descendant of Sergeant Garrett Preston Smith, who fought in the U.S. Civil War to keep the United States one nation, undivided. A lot of folks in this room have similar stories from their own families, have similar lineages that they look back upon. And even if you don't, we have a communal heritage here in New Hampshire with a unique place in American history. It was New Hampshire's adoption of the U.S. Constitution. We were the 9th state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, which was the vote that made it official and sent it into effect for all of the 13 colonies. We did that. It was this state, it was New Hampshire, that created the United States of America. Fast forward a few decades, we had a civil war, as a few breakaway states decided that they would rather go do their own thing and establish a country founded on the principles of chattel slavery. Well, New Hampshire didn't think that was such a good idea, so we answered President Lincoln's call, that guy, and we sent troops down to put a stop to that. Folks might not realize this, but when we walk into this building through the front foyer, we come in through a room called the Hall of Flags. The regimental battle standard from the New Hampshire Regiment that liberated the Confederate capital city of Richmond, Virginia, is downstairs on the first floor of this building. New Hampshire liberated the Confederate capital and worked when Jefferson Davis and his little cohort ran fleeing with their tails between their legs, they were running from New Hampshire soldiers. And I am proud of that heritage and legacy that we all carry with us here in this chamber and every day that we carry on as an elected official in this state. And all of this transcends party, this transcends ideology. We are Americans and we are from New Hampshire. Fast forward a few more decades. When I first got elected in 2012, there were 3 things I absolutely never thought that I would vote on during my tenure in the New Hampshire House. Articles of impeachment, and we came close a couple of years ago. We had a bill called, it was a bill of address. It was the first step in an impeachment proceeding, so there was number 1. Number 2 was formal disciplinary actions against members of the House. Unfortunately, we had that a couple of years ago, so that was number 2. And here we are with number 3, articles of secession. It's almost impossible to even talk about this without breaking down. I apologize for my composure, Mr. Speaker. I am close to tears right now because this is such a deeply personal issue. We have this legislation in front of us. It is a bill to destroy the United States. We stand in the shadow, literally, of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. And we are considering legislation to take a star off of that flag. Every single one of us stood for the Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem this morning. Every single one of us took the same oath of office. to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And we have legislation now seeking to destroy the Constitution of the United States. That is beyond shameful, it is beyond disgraceful, and it is a stain on the proud history of the state that we even have to entertain this being introduced through the administrative process, never mind, getting far enough along to have a vote on the floor of the House. It was really close to the textbook definition under Title 18 of the U.S. Code. It was really close to the definition of advocating overthrow of the U.S. government when this CACR was introduced. When co-sponsors signed on, it was really close to seditious conspiracy. A vote for this is really close to the federal definition of treason. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Does the member yield to questions? The member does not yield. The chair recognizes Santa Natasto to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the United States is not going to outlast the sun. One day it will end. If you declared in 1985 that the Soviet Union would be completely gone in the next decade, you would be considered a crazy person. But in 91, it was gone. The American religion is the U.S. dollar. Our biggest export, inflation. Few understand the privilege we have had to create money from nothing and export our inflation, living on the backs of the rest of the world. When the world stops subsidizing the dollar, the federal government loses its ability to dictate the state's behavior, unable to bribe them with worthless money, and quickly the union will fall apart. This national divorce is going to happen, it's inevitable, and we have an opportunity to get ahead of it. The historic motion CACR 32 calls on for a vote by the New Hampshire citizens on the question of state independence. At the committee hearing, many objections were raised, all which were answered by the pro-independent citizens who testified, and some which I'll address again today. The biggest objection alleged is this whole effort is treasonous, that any moves towards independence for any state is illegal and unconstitutional. If it were unconstitutional for a state to secede, this prohibition would have been included in the original Constitution per the 9th and 10th Amendments. Since it's not specifically included there, there is no such restriction, and that power is left to the states. Additionally, everything states are not permitted to do are listed in Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. It does not mention anything about separating from the Union, therefore it is not prohibited. And to those who say that per the Articles of Confederation, this union is perpetual and that this concept was adopted by the U.S. Constitution, we ask, has there ever been in history a union that was undissolvable? The federal government often supports independence movements in other nations. Is the U.S. the only perpetual nation in the history of the world? Is there truly nothing the federal government could do that would allow a state to declare independence? And even if this move towards independence is illegal or treasonous, which I do not believe it to be, it would be no more so than the one in 1776, which is celebrated by everybody in this body. To quote from the Declaration of Independence, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, that whatever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem the most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. To assert that those who wrote this document went on to create a government that contradicts the principles on which it was founded is ludicrous and absurd. Returning to the alleged violation of the Constitution, I'm surprised that some are troubled by violations of the U.S. Constitution. It is not even possible to list all the violations on the other party of this document, making this contract void in the perspective of any contract law that has ever existed. There is no evidence that the federal government is bound by the Constitution. Does our Constitution allow an intelligence community, which, to quote the current Senate Majority Leader, has 6 ways a Sunday of getting back at you if you cross them, that works so hard to undermine the 45th president of this country and to assure the election of our current president? Those who oppose this idea because in so many words the Civil War settled that issue, we must assume that had the colonists lost the war in the 1700s, that their words would not have been universally and everlasting true, that their veracity depended upon winning a war. Do we believe that other conquering nations have a right to forcefully rule over the conquered because might makes right? For lack of power, do we surrender the principle of self-determination for a state any more or less than the individual? Some oppose this because governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. We are at a point beyond this. Does anyone believe that the current powers of the federal government over every aspect of our lives, from toilets to light bulbs, from taxation to vaccine mandates, from bankrupt Social Security to our $30 trillion deficit, the war on drugs, border patrols within 100 miles national borders, how children are taught in our schools, and arbitrary no-fly lists are just light and transient causes? A federal government with approximately 400 agencies and more laws, federal crimes, and rules than anyone in the country is even aware of. A federal government that has sent our sons and daughters to foreign countries and involved them in countless foreign entanglements, often leading to their deaths. For those who label this effort un-American, referring back to the founding Declaration of Independence, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government. How could one possibly argue that the words of the Declaration of Independence were un-American? For concerns such as what is the plan or how we will survive, there are plenty of examples of smaller countries in the world that function independently and even thrive. But also, it would be absurd to just tell a battered wife that she can't divorce until she has a plan. This is not a fringe idea. Hashtag national divorce trends on the internet. There's a similar movement in California which will flourish again when Republicans take the U.S. Congress later this year. There's an independence movement in Texas and several movements to move borders of cities as in Atlanta or the states as in the Greater Idaho movement. Hollywood star Ron Perlman recently stated, "It's time that every state that would elect Republicans to represent them and all the rest of us separate. You don't want to live in my world, and I certainly don't want to live in yours." Sarah Silverman has endorsed national divorce. Ted Cruz and Congressman Massey and Green have spoken in support of national divorce. Media personalities including Glenn Beck, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, and others have spoken in support of splitting up the union before it's too late. This bill has no one in the chamber voting directly on secession. It asks them only to allow those we purport to represent to make their own decisions. If our state was currently independent, would we choose to join the union in the situation that it's in? The answer is obviously no, so we should allow our citizens the opportunity to determine their own future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. No motion is to be shown from the gallery or we'll have it cleared. Does the member yield to questions?
Yes, I'll yield.
Representative Abramson?
Do I need to turn this on?
No, it was other people.
Is this on? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for taking my question. Do you believe that the people of the Ukraine have the right to resist Soviet military aggression right now?
Definitely.
Follow up?
This is not anything to do with the bill. So if you're going to ask a question, ask about the bill itself.
All right. Can I respond to a remark that was made by a previous speaker?
No, that's not. You're here to ask a question.
All right. Can I ask what you believe? It's on topic. It's definitely on topic.
You may.
Would you believe that my grandmother, who just passed away at the age of 99, would tell us stories about the Civil War, and that we had members of our family on my grandmother's side who fought in the Civil War, and that they risked their lives, and some of them died, to end slavery, not to subject us to socialist tyranny from a top-down federal government?
Yes, I believe that. Thank you.
Now, would you believe? Does the member yield to further questions?
No questions.
Yes?
No.
No. The member does not yield.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for a roll call vote?
Roll call has been, you already asked, the roll call has been requested. I didn't ask for a second yet, but I guess that is a second. We have one more speaker, so members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative DeShays to speak for the committee report.
Well, thank you for indulging me, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members of the House for listening. And I know I'll be brief. I'll be succinct. First, let me say I'm amazed that I must speak as to why this is a bad idea, not only logistically but constitutionally. Why this is impossible, why it's improbable, and why it's a violation of our oath to the U.S. Constitution and to the state of New Hampshire's Constitution, right? I do not legislate based on hashtags, and I do not think we should either, just because something is purportedly trending, which I'm not on Twitter, so I've never seen it, right? But let's be honest, let's be frank about what this is right now. This is a historic moment, not just in the state of New Hampshire, but it's a historic moment in America. This is the first time a legislative body has debated and will vote upon binding secession. Other secession movements that we've talked about, many of those are non-binding. They never get actual votes and debate on the floor. This is binding. It will be the first one debated since prior to the Civil War. That's a historic moment. That's also concerning that we're joining a very bad group of states that tried to overthrow the U.S. Constitution, right? That tried to overthrow a constitutionally elected and a constitutionally instituted government. I do not think this body should join such a group of states. We should not be joining those former Confederate States of America who were deemed treasons, right? I see right over my right-hand shoulder here the man who beat back those who challenged our Constitution and defended it, right? The most U.S. service members that have died in any war was the Civil War. This body should not be proposing legislation that could throw us into the maelstrom of war, right? Into the jaws of certain defeat. It's a terrible thing to do to our constituents, a terrible thing to do to granite staters. So let's also be clear about a number of other things when we discuss the Constitution, because I'm looking at this strictly from a constitutional issue, right? The federal government is the only legitimate power to admit new states and extend or retract territorial boundaries. This is quite clear in Article 4, Section 3 of our state constitution. Our state has never within its constitution and never as a federal government suggested that states can decide that they can leave or to join the government unless the federal government allows so, right? There is no process for leaving this union, right? The union, as mentioned in Texas v. White, 1869, Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase explained in his majority decision, a 9-0 decision, a New Hampshire native, in fact, Salmon P. Chase was, but that he explained that the Union began during the Revolutionary War amongst the colonies. In his decision, he writes, quote, "We confirmed and strengthened and received definite form and character and sanction from the Articles of Confederation, and by these, the Union was solemnly declared to be perpetual," right? The Articles of Confederation of Perpetual Union. That's the name of the entire document. Our country was founded originally by that document. Chief Justice Chase then explains that the current Constitution was ordained to form a more perfect union, and I quote, "which extended to convey the idea of indissoluble unity. Therefore, the Union can never be dissolved. Anyone who thinks and purports that they can dissolve the Union single-handedly is wrong," right? Let's also discuss the idea that this is a referendum. This is no mere referendum. New Hampshire has no referendum. We have no state statute, nothing in our state constitution that suggests that we have a referendum, right? We have a constitutional process for amending the Constitution. I look at it this way. This is a race, right? If you run a 5K, you go each kilometer, right? Kilometer 1 was the committee, which, by the way, rejected this 21-0, recognizing it was unconstitutional and un-American, right? Step 2 is we go to the House floor and we vote on it, right? Every step along the way that you continue to complete this 5K is aiding and abetting and making this policy come to fruition, right? By bringing this to the people, we are aiding and abetting in the process of undermining the U.S. Constitution and violating our oaths of office, right? And I could go on regarding the 14th Amendment and a myriad of, this open question of what is rebellion, which is not defined in the U.S. Constitution, which quite frankly, after this vote and now that it's roll called, there is a question of what do we do and how do we enforce the 14th Amendment, which we took an oath to the Constitution of? And I hope that we don't have to be answering that question on the House floor in the future. I hope that everyone says no to this constitutional amendment, because I would prefer not to see the partisan politics of trying to remove members of this House for arguably maybe violating their constitutional oath, right? It's deeply concerning to me. And so I hope that we can reject this. I hope we can stick with constitutional government. I hope that we can uphold the U.S. Constitution. I hope we can continue to uphold the New Hampshire State Constitution. We should support the Union today, the Union tomorrow, and the Union forever. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields. Senator Klein Knight, you may inquire.
Thank you so much, Representative, for taking my question. Have any of your colleagues decided on who's going to run for president of New Hampshire?
That is not an appropriate question.
I'll go ahead.
We've had a request for a roll call, and now I'm going to ask, is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. The House will come to order. The question before us is the motion of ITL on CACR 32. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sylvia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire did not delegate to the United States a power to prevent peaceful separation, and that the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution recognizes the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Mr. Speaker, if I know that rebellion and insurrection are violent actions that stand in sharp contrast to the deliberative, thoughtful, and cordial process brought by sponsors and supporters of this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, if I know no member of this body should be threatened with retribution for their vote here today, And we should all take to heart the words of Article 30 of our Constitution: the freedom of deliberation, speech, and debate in either house of this legislature is so essential to the rights of the people that it cannot be the foundation of any action, complaint, prosecution in any other court or place whatsoever. And Mr. Speaker, finally, if I know that this amendment reinforces Article 7 of our Constitution, which declared New Hampshire to be forever a free, sovereign, and independent state, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button to stop the abuse of distant, illegitimate powers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've flown back into New Hampshire a couple nights ago from Florida, I recognize there's no rebellion. And Mr. Speaker, if I know when I walk up to the State House and I see General Stark out there, he's rolling over in his grave to see what's going on here today. And Mr. Speaker, if you believe as I do, this move today is unconstitutional. It is an embarrassment for me to even get up here. It is a 21-0 vote in my committee, and that we as an Americans should stand tall, and especially for those that shed blood, that made the ultimate sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if they believe as I do, then vote green, and let's move on and get this done. Thank you.
House will come to order. The motion before us is the ITL motion on CACR 32. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rich.
We're all set, Mr. Speaker. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. $323 voting yea, 13 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
What reason does a member rise?
I asked that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal.
The question before the House, whether the remarks should be printed in the permanent journal. Are you ready for the... A division has been requested. Members will take your seats. Was there a request for a roll call? Representative Sofakidis has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. If you have a parliamentary inquiry, you'll have to come down here. Unlike when we were off campus, you come to the well now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just asking, is this to print the remarks of everybody on this bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. The question before us is to print the remarks of this debate in the permanent journal. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 278 voting yea, 62 voting nay. The remarks will be printed in the permanent journal.
All right, so this one is no debate, it's just division and PIs.
I would ask everybody to stay in their seats. The next bill is a division vote with no debate, just parliamentary inquiries. Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1411FN, an act relative to transparency of federal agency operations within New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator William Foster for the committee. The amendment 0194H, printed in House Record 9, page 42. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the ought to pass with amendment motion on House Bill 1411FN. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. We have parliamentary inquiries only. Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Lawton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would put a further unnecessary strain on an already strained Department of Justice, and if I know that this bill could have a harmful impact on the privacy of refugees in the granite state, would I now vote no and push the red button so that another motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I recognize that the state of New Hampshire has been on the ball in this House on transparency from government for many, many years, at least that I've been up here, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill sets a path for the federal government to be transparent with the people of New Hampshire, would I then vote the green button? Thank you.
The question before us is the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 1411. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sofakidis.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 204 voting yea, 134 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason did member rise?
I motion to take House Bill 1175 off the table, and I would like to motion for a roll call vote and do a PI on it.
Was this one that went on today, or? House will be in order.
Representative LeBranch.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. You want a division vote? A division, this will be a division vote. This will be a division vote on removing 1175 from the table. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranch for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe in liberty and freedom, and if I believe in the United States Constitution, and if I believe that I wrote a really good speech and that I would love to be able to give it, and finally, if I know that all bills deserve a good faith debate and vote, would I now press the green button to allow debate on this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that during the public hearing on HB 1175, the committee learned that there was several unintended consequences that would have been the result of HB 1175 becoming law. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that one of those unintended consequences would be that any person would be able to stand outside the window of an elementary school classroom and videotape the teacher teaching the class of young children, regardless of that person's criminal record. Should I go ahead and push that red button and oppose the motion to remove HB 1175 from the table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is removing from the table House Bill 1175. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Chase. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 50 voting yea, 288 voting nay. The bill stays on the table. This is the last bill on the regular calendar before we get to the bills taken off consent and the bills that are going to be brought up that were concur and non-concur from the Senate. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1138 FNA, an act exempting the display of a front license plate on certain vehicles. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Laura Teleski for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Conley to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise against the committee report on HB 1138. This bill would create a waiver system of the requirement that vehicles have a numbered front license plate. If it would alter the historic character, the collectability, or devalue a vehicle. The mounting of a front license plate can have a significant effect on the value of certain vehicles. This is especially true for collectible cars, higher-end sports cars, imported vehicles that do not have the same license plate shape or area to be affixed on the front of the vehicle. This bill would require exempted vehicles to display a decal sticker on the windshield so that the exemption would be known to law enforcement. This would be similar to the inspection sticker that already goes on the windshield. Many states already do not require a front license plate on vehicles. Those vehicles travel our roads, and New Hampshire permits cities and towns to issue commemorative license plates, which may be displayed in lieu of a front license plate during an anniversary or other special event. In fact, the gift shop downstairs in the Capitol sold commemorative front license plates in 2019, marking the bicentennial of this very building, and they're still for sale today. I ask you, would these plates be sold in the Capitol if there were safety issues, issues with Easy Pass readers, or any other concerns raised by the majority? The answer, of course, is no. This bill is completely voluntary. It does not eliminate front license plates. It is intended not to be a general exemption for everybody, but for certain vehicles in certain circumstances if the owner of the vehicle follows a number of steps that are prescribed in the bill. The burden of proof is on the applicant, and the bill requires they provide supporting information for their exemption request from a professional in the industry. This is limited, this is voluntary. I ask that you vote no on the ITL motion so another motion could be made. Thank you.
Does a member yield to questions? The member yields, you may inquire.
So in the last snowstorm, I was looking and I noticed that I couldn't see any or be able to read any front license plates because they were covered by snow. And I could read all the rear license plates. So do you think that would be much different than having no front license plate?
Thank you for the question, Representative. There are circumstances like the one you described where the front license plate is obscured, yes.
Chair recognizes Representative Crawford to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1138 would exempt the display of a front license plate on certain vehicles. The bipartisan majority of the committee agreed this bill had many problems. The law enforcement community testified to the importance of vehicles having a front plate, notwithstanding identifying vehicles for Amber Alerts, Bowler Alerts, and identification by witnesses and security cameras. The DMV testified that the bill's wording would make it unenforceable due to the subjective nature of what is a valuable or collectible vehicle. There would also be loss of revenue to the state because we still have toll booths that are equipped with front plate cameras only. For these reasons and more, the committee voted 15-3 to ITL this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1138. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. I was waiting for that. Representative Osborne has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, the House will come to order. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1138. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Warden for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that mounting of a front license plate can have a negative and a significant negative impact on the collectability, the historic character, or the value of certain rare vehicles, and if I know that vehicles without front plates are already on our roads, both out-of-state vehicles as well as many New Hampshire cars, and if I believe that the fears of police being unable to identify vehicles easily is unlikely to be a major problem with the unique, distinct, and rare vehicles that would take advantage of this exemption, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that any New Hampshire vehicle owner can go out and buy a commemorative plate for the front of the car that does not uniquely identify that vehicle today and legally drive with it, then would I now press the red button so that another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Teleski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill has a number of problems with ambiguous language, poorly defined terms, as well as open-ended questions on enforcement, process, and an interminable loss of toll revenues, and if I know that law enforcement testified strongly on the importance of front plates for Amber Alerts, witness identification, and other important public safety issues, would I then press the green button and support the 15-3 bipartisan recommendation of ITL? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the motion of ITL on House Bill 1138. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 226 voting yea, 114 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Yes. The House recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 233, establishing a committee to study the right of any infant born alive to medically appropriate and reasonable care and treatment.
Representative Gordon moves to non-concur and is recognized to speak for the motion.
Yes, House Bill 233 was a bill which we passed, sent over to the Senate. It was relative to the right of an infant born alive to medically appropriate, reasonable care and treatment. We sent that over with the intention of protecting life of infants born alive. The Senate took the bill and simply took out the entire text of the bill and replaced it with a study committee. And it's a type of issue where I'm not sure, I think most people have their minds made up. It's not an issue that requires study, and I think we could non-concur with the bill and would recommend that we non-concur.
The motion before us to non-concur on House Bill 233 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the bill is non-concurred. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 440, prohibiting the suspension of civil liberties during a state of emergency.
For what reason does the member rise? State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, we have quite a few new people and some older people with really bad memories. I think what we're doing now is we received bills from the Senate and we're concurring or non-concurring. Could you please explain this process to us so that the folks that don't really know what we're doing right now have a better clue?
These are House bills that were amended by the Senate, and they were listed in the calendar. They're House bills.
But these are the ones coming back from the Senate?
These are the bills coming back from the Senate, yes, that were amended over in the Senate.
And so that's a fresh act on their part that we haven't fully considered.
That's why the chairman will get up and ask either to concur, non-concur, and go to a committee of conference. Representative Gordon moves to concur and is recognized to speak for his motion. What reason does the member rise?
Could I ask a further point of clarification following on the last one?
State your inquiry.
Could you explain to the body, for the benefit of anybody who is confused, what the effect of a non-concurrence is?
If we non-concur, we kill the bill. If we concur, we accept the Senate amendment and pass the bill. If we non-concur and go to committee of conference, we set up a committee of conference, and hopefully the Senate agrees to a committee of conference, and then the Senate and the House will sit down and talk the bill through and to see what decision they come up with. It could be non-concur, concur, or that's about it after the committee of conference, one of the two. The chair recognizes Representative Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 440 was a bill relative to the suspension of civil liberties during a state of emergency. We passed that bill over to the Senate. The purpose of the bill was to make sure that when we did have a suspension for an emergency, that people's civil rights and constitutional rights, both state and federal, would be protected. The bill went over to the Senate. The Senate amended the bill. Their amendment took out 2 pages of findings and a statement of purpose, but contains the entire substance of the bill. So I recommend that or the committee recommends that we concur with the bill as the substance is still there. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 440. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We concur. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 50, apportioning state representative districts.
Representative Barbara Griffin moves that we concur. The chair recognizes, Representative Bergeron to speak against the concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This pertains to House Bill 50, which deals with the redistricting for this body. So the bill's contents affects everybody in this room. Traditionally, the Senate has done the redistricting for Senate districts, and the House has concurred. The House has done the redistricting for House districts, and the Senate has concurred. But not this time. The Senate has changed the House districts in 5 of the state's 10 counties. In Coos County, the proposed changes impact the towns of Carroll, Jefferson, Kilkenny, and Whitefield. In Rockingham County, there are 9 districts with new configurations. In Hillsborough County, changes affect 15 towns: Amherst, Brookline, Goffstown, Greenville, Hollis, Lineborough, Mason, Milford, Mount Vernon, New Boston, New Ipswich, Lineborough, Temple, Ware, and Wilton. Throughout the redistricting process, we heard calls for fair and transparent redistricting in New Hampshire, but there were no subcommittees appointed to work on the maps, subcommittees that would have worked in open public meetings. Maps were drawn behind closed doors, then brought out for a vote before the committee. Now we're being asked to rubber stamp the changes the Senate made to House maps without giving you or the public an opportunity to hear about those changes or those proposals. Do the changes make sense for the communities that will be affected? Do they make sense for you? Do they make sense for your communities? We don't know. There are significant changes. Therefore, I urge the membership to vote against the motion to concur so that a subsequent motion to appoint a committee of conference may be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Barbara Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 50 is before this body for a second time. You have passed this bill previously. This bill deals with the apportionment that is required by the federal census, and it deals with your state representative districts. The Senate did change it. You've already heard here today that the Senate does that. They change things occasionally that we send over, and we often agree with them. In this particular case, the changes that were made to the maps that you have approved for the districts that will define who sits here next session were done at the request of certain members of the House. They were done at the request of members of the House for reasons that this body knew were going to happen after the vote we have already taken to pass the state representative maps. The primary reason for the need for those changes is that we have cities, and the wards in those cities also need to be redistricted, and their timetable for doing that work is outside of the calendar we have to do our work. And accordingly, wards in cities changed. So for example, in Hillsborough County, where the representative from Nashua just referred to changes that were made, The major city in Hillsborough County, Manchester, the wards changed significantly enough that it required changes in abutting districts to continue to meet the requirement for the apportionment of population and to stay within an acceptable deviation. In other counties where there were changes made, it was to better comply with the constitutional requirement that provides that where possible, we have as many single community-based districts with their own representatives. And indeed, with some of the changes and further reflection, those changes were able to be made. The changes that were made by the Senate were requested by members of this body, and they make sense. They meet the federal requirements, and they continue to do the job that we will need to do for the citizens of New Hampshire over the next 10 years. I ask for your support in the request before you to concur with the Senate changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does a member yield to questions?
No, I do not.
The member does not yield. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 50. A division has been requested. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. I was waiting for that. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 50. This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Senate has amended House districts in 5 of the state's 10 counties, and if I know that members of this House and their constituents deserve an opportunity to hear more about those proposed changes, would I now vote no and push the red button so that a subsequent motion can be made to send this to a committee of conference? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the changes proposed by the Senate have been noticed in the calendar for weeks and have been online for review for all members of this body to determine that indeed they make sense, and if I know that the changes do continue to ensure that the maps comply with all constitutional requirements at the state and federal levels, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that these changes make sense for New Hampshire, would I now concur with the changes made by the Senate and press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kaplan.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 163 voting nay. The report concurring on House Bill 50 is adopted. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 55, apportioning delegates to state party conventions and relative to the form for declarations of candidacy for delegates to state party conventions.
Representative Barbara Griffin moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 55, a bill previously passed by this House, deals with the process for the parties to determine delegates to the state convention. The changes made by the Senate were requested by House members in regards to the fact that when the changes were done in this body, there was a portion of the statute that was not changed. There were actually two components to this, how the delegates are determined. The delegates will be determined based on your representative maps, but there's also an actual ballot form in the statute, which was not included in the original bill. So the Senate, at the request of the House, has now included that, making the changes complete, and we are would be able to now implement them fully for the next decennial period. Thank you.
The question before us is concurrence on House Bill 55. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
All right. Bill's removed from the consent. Hey, presiding has changed. Stephen Smith presiding, he needs to change the system. Okay, so we have one-on-one debate. Motion to lay on the table. So the House will attend bills removed from the consent calendar is the first thing you're going to say. Those both will be changed. The House will now attend to bills removed from the consent calendar. Yep. And then debate that. These go through motions.
Got it. All right. The House will attend to bills removed from the consent calendar. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1436 FN, an act relative to appeals of family court decisions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jody Nelson for the committee. This will be a one-on-one debate. The member from Wilton, Representative Kofalt, is recognized to speak against the committee report. I'm sorry, what? For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
My motion is to table House Bill 1436.
Representative DeSimone moves that House Bill 1436 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and it's laid on the table. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 1651 FN, an act adding sexual reassignment to the definition of child abuse. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kimberly Rice for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we table this bill.
Representative DeSimone moves that House Bill 1651 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1651 is laid on the table. The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1149, an act relative to the number of names required for nomination by nomination papers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Fenton Groan for the committee. This is a one-on-one. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I did this as a parliamentary inquiry, but I can do it as a very short speech either way.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Whatever saves time. It's a consent calendar bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on this bill. The bill would effectively reduce the signatures needed for minor parties from over 6,000 signatures to 2,000. Since you need 3,000 valid signatures, 1,500 from each congressional district, and that effectively means that all minor parties and independent candidates need to turn in over 6,000 to be sure. This would reduce that insane burden from 6,000 to just about 2,000. These minor parties and independent candidates get on the ballot anyway, about 90% of the time. Minor parties, in gathering signatures, end up having to interact with between 50 and 60,000 voters who ask, why are we having to sign this? And the minor party activists holding the clipboard always say, basically, the two parties block ballot access to minor parties and don't have to get any signatures themselves to get on the ballot. And the voters almost always find that to be extremely unfair and is very aggravating. Requiring interacting with 60,000 people to get signatures is dangerous in the age of coronavirus, and who knows what it's going to evolve into or adapt to in the next election cycle. And most states only require about 1% for ballot access or less. So current law aggravates independent voters who support ballot access by a margin of 3 to 1. So please vote red so that we can overturn this and pass some version of this bill.
The member from Salem, Representative Sweeney, is recognized to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the New Hampshire House. This bill, we are very generous in New Hampshire as it currently stands with the rules and regulations we put in forth to allow parties to gain access to the ballot to place their candidates' names on without nomination papers. Being on the ballot is a privilege in this state. To print the names on ballots across the state of New Hampshire should have a threshold that is reasonable, which we currently have. And I would just urge the body to vote against this legislation and agree with the unanimous bipartisan recommendation of the Election Law Committee to vote this down. Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate. Representative Abramson requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order, and members should be in their seats. There are no PIs. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 283 having voted in the affirmative, 43 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1197, an act relative to the definition of party for election purposes. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Sweeney for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table.
Representative Bolden moves that House Bill 1197 be laid upon the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1197 is laid on the table. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which is referred House Bill 1443, an act proclaiming the first Monday of March as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.C. Grote for the committee. Apologize if I butchered that. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion.
Please state your motion.
I move to put House Bill 1443 on the table.
Representative McGuire moves that House Bill 1443 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 1443 is laid on the table. House will be in order. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 1124, an act requiring businesses to use the federal E-Verify system of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Brian Sullivan for the committee. The member from Southampton, Representative Bernardi, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Speaker. The current motion asks that we reject the implementation of the E-Verify system. E-Verify is a free, web-based system that allows employers to verify the information provided on a prospective employee's Form I-9, the federally required employment eligibility verification form. E-Verify electronically matches the I-9 information against the Social Security Administration and the Department of Homeland Security's databases. When initiated in 2012, the system was slow and had unacceptable error rate. It had a major upgrade 2.5 years ago, the end of 2018. The system now confirms most records within 3 to 5 seconds and nearly all records in 24 hours. Modernization improved usability, reduced errors, increased speed and accuracy, and implemented a modernized database. It is rated as one of the federal government's highest rated services for user satisfaction. E-Verify is used in nearly 1 million employers of all sizes and 2.4 million hiring sites in 22 states and by most federal contractors and subcontractors. The latest state to sign on has been Florida. Enforcement under this bill would be through the current civil penalties and administrative provisions in Section 275A of New Hampshire's current labor law. The same section already authorizes the use of E-Verify for voluntary verification of prospective employers' Social Security number. Please join me in implementing this fast, free, and accurate method to ensure we maintain a legal workforce in New Hampshire. Push the red button so that another motion can be made.
The member from Grantham, Representative Sullivan, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The E-Verify system, well, let me start by saying this bill was voted ITL by the Labor Committee 20-1. It is a strong bipartisan rejection of the system. The committee felt that the testimony we received indicated there are still accuracy issues with the system, and that some of the more complicated names, especially ethnic names, are sometimes missed by the system. Once a name is rejected, then that individual cannot work in New Hampshire until the error is fixed, and that sometimes takes weeks. So we believe that the I-9 system that's presently in force is an effective system. We believe this mandate on employers is unnecessary, and we ask you to vote no. We ask you to vote in favor of the ITL. Sorry.
The question before the House is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1124. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 1555 FN, an act repealing the permit required for fires at campgrounds, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Jim Crichton for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For motion.
Please state your motion.
I move to table.
Representative Ronzullo moves that House Bill 1555 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Representative Burt has requested a roll call. Is it sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. The question before the House is whether to lay House Bill 1555 on the table. Representative Burt is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that if anybody in this room pulls off consent, it's going to be tabled, that's an option. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill should be debated on the House floor with 2 speeches, and Mr. Speaker, if I know only one person in the committee spoke against this bill, and that's why I want this bill pulled from consent, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if anybody in this room pulls a bill off consent, they can table it and you will not have your chance to come up and speak in front of you. Would you now vote red and please override this table in motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ronzullo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. No? Who is it? Hi there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Resources Committee listened to the testimony on this bill, one person in favor and every fire marshal and fire chief opposed, and if I know that interim study is the only way that interim study was the almost unanimous vote of the committee, but that tabling will shorten our day here, would I now support the tabling motion?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1555 on the table. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toll. Representative Toll. Up or down? Thank you. Representative Tucker. You can't push this.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 having voted in the affirmative, 131 in the negative. House Bill 1555 is laid on the table.
Oh, got one more?
Yeah.
Oh.
Last bill of the day, Mr. Speaker.
Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1509 FN, an act relative to termination of FRM Victims Contribution Recovery Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Patrick Abrami for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Abrami.
I'd like to make a motion to table House Bill 1509.
Representative Abrami moves that we table House Bill 1509. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 1509 is laid on the table. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Tuesday, March 15th, 2022, at 10 a.m.
We're almost done. Can we have the House be in order? Are you ready for the question on the third reading motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. I want to just let everybody know what the tentative schedule for next week is. We are planning on going through, as is in the calendar, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We have approximately 150 bills on the regular calendar. So that's approximately 50 bills a day. And if everybody is as good as they were today, we should be very good next week. And I really want to thank everybody for getting us through today as we have gotten through today. Announcements, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you burning with curiosity, Salted Caramel Blondie narrowly eked out the victory over Chocolate Chip Cookie Dough. They were the two front runners in the beginning. The first round had Salted Caramel Blondie by about 30%, but it comes out that if everybody had only voted between those top two front runners, Salted Caramel Blondie would have gotten 55%, which is what the final round showed. That's how it works, and I just wanted to let you know.
The clerk has some announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have youth in government coming in over the weekend, so I would ask that you please clear out your seat pockets. Youth in government is coming in over the weekend, so please clean out your seat pockets, and if you haven't visited your mailboxes out back, please do so. We do have a request for unanimous consent. Please be mindful.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson for unanimous consent. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bills reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will stand in recess until Tuesday, March 15th at 10 a.m. Please press your buttons to register for mileage.
Attendance.